Hey there, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. We missed a couple of days, but we're back at it. We're back at it. We're going to be trying Stygian Reign of the Old Ones today. Looks like a turn-based tactics style situation with a eldritch horror vibe to it. We'll see how that one goes. Before we get into that, though, let's check in with the kitties. We have Sky in the upper left. Ember is top center. Sammy is passing through on the right there. She says, I see Ember has not commandeered your lap. Bottom center, you can see, I believe, Mason's tail there. It's hard to say. Yeah, trying a new... Let's say, waking schedule. See if that helps things. Because the one I was using wasn't working. Seeing some scritches here. One moment. Alright, let's switch over here. Suitably loud. So you've got a bunch of prefab characters. We are going to go with prefab for the time being because I don't really know how it operates. I figure if we if we're going to play something eldritch horror-y or horror-y. Different word. Then we have to go with the detective Tom Moretti here. So he can go suitably bonkers when he discovers something beyond beyond his ken. Stygian Tales, the doom that came to Arkham. So they are going very much with a Lovecraft universe here. Hey there, Barbed Wire. Glad you could join us for this. We're just getting started. A year has passed since your encounter with that peculiar fellow known as the Dismal Man. When last you met, he instructed you, find me beyond Arkham after the Black Day. At the time, these words did not mean much to you, but soon after you would come to understand. On what is now known as the Black Day, under the shadow of the Awakened, the world you knew vanished. With it, your hopes, future, and loved ones. For reasons unknown, the city of Arkham was separated from the carcass of Earth and exiled to another place. Unlike many others, you survived, body and mind mostly intact. Ever since you've existed from day to day in the gray gloom of the old eel house, waiting for that enigmatic man to call. A man whose very existence you are now beginning to question, until you wake into another layer of the nightmare, till the visit at the old attic. It is quite loud. We will be messing with the volume. We're at minus 30 decibels right now. Click. Let's see if we can get this functional. Loudness will increase momentarily. That'll do. There, now I don't have to mess with the volume as much. Oh wow, that was super loud. I know, right, Tess? So very noisy. Okay. Okay. I wonder. Yeah, there we go. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. Paper doll style animation so far. I don't know. It may actually be, but it, like, the arm looks paper doll. The legs are at least done smoothly. The cook is dead, only serving cans. So this seems post-awakening of the Great Old Ones, I guess. Just gonna have to... Hey there, Emby. Welcome, we are back online. Looks like those footprints are zone lines. Dancing skeletons. Wait a minute. Ah, look at the smoke. You get sort of a squid head vibe. I mean, I appreciate the music. It's actually really good. No, it's master volume. Let's fiddle with that a little differently. Loudness increases momentarily. Oh. Well, that explains a lot. Oh dear. Well, the the happy dancing atmosphere has changed. These decayed fragments of furniture betray the craftsmanship of talented carpenters. How heartbreaking to see their fine work reduced to a pile of scrap. Use cigarettes. Sig is the new monetary unit of this pestilent reality. It's like our Fallout bottle caps. Don't Starve Together has a bit of the same visual vibe, but more cartoony. Laudanum. See, notebook, detective license. Yeah, you'd think any sort of papery currency would be contraindicated in a post Great Old Ones world, given the whole oceans are scary theme of a full Lovecraft setting. Grimoire, because that's a good idea. That guy at the dartboard is very emotive. You see Marino, the manager and bartender of the Old Eel. He's been your host for almost a year now, charging in exchange the last of your precious resources. He has a tendency to suck you dry whenever he gets the opportunity. Phrasing. Yeah, I'm getting a real Fallout 1 and 2 vibe from the mechanics of the game. Good morning, if you call this never-ending twilight morning. Was all that hurly-burly upstairs bad dreams? Hurly-burly. Can you separate dream from reality anymore? Oh, I see. You're quite the philosopher. I've no idea. Find my own view simpler and more effective. Whether this is a dream or reality or the inferno, the question is, can you die? If you can kick the bucket, which is definitely still the case, my friend, I guess this is real enough. But if you want to give it a shot, I can spare you a pistol. Very Fallout 1 and 2 mechanics. So far. Since you're awake, let's talk about the SIGs you owe me. You were too drunk to pay yesterday and told me to remind you later, remember? This trick is getting old. But I'm sure you did. Don't you trust your giving host? Where would you be now if I hadn't accommodated you? I pay... I'll have him soon. Why the hurry? I can't argue with that. Consider this one on the house. Spare me your sharp wit. He has a lot of darts in his pockets. See an eccentric middle-aged man completely focused on the darts game he alone is playing. Exaltation all but radiates from this odd fellow. We say, observing him by standing in front of the guy, like, erratically throwing darts. For a game of cricket. You don't get a chance to play against the world champion every day. You gotta get a full body wind up when you're playing darts. Put some spin on it. Really drill it into the board. Let's play. Now you're talking. He starts to tell you the rules of the game with rather too much enthusiasm. Agility test. We have broken the last pleasure this old man has. Alright, you seem to gain stat XP. Herschel looks as if he's stripped from all purpose. Glancing at his expressionless eyes, you feel like you're gazing right into the abyss. He starts to talk slowly. See? We broke the guy. Cheater. Give me my money. Cheater. Come on. Cheater. With each repetition, his speech starts to sound less and less rational until it turns into a frenzied howl. Ow. XP gained 10. World Dart Champion. Wonder. Oh yeah, we lost a little health. We have experience in angst. Don't seem to have a numeric marker here. There are perks and abilities, yeah. And angst levels here. Angst level and defect points. Perks and abilities with merit points. I looked at the character creator in prepping the game. Clearly didn't get enough sound prep. But you pick stats to upgrade initially. Have your archetype, how your character views the world, your background. I believe the archetype, the background feeds off the archetype. So, detective is a type of investigator. Tom Rogers cigarettes. In better times, this gramophone built by the Denson Company had spun the newest and best medium of audio technology, the vinyl disc. For a grizzled private investigator, barbed wire. Given that this is a Lovecraft setting, we are absolutely doomed because of that profession. But additionally, that means we get a neat hat, trench coat, and pistol. Oh. You've got a classic Cthulhu visage made out of scrap wood, rope, and whatnot. No person in their right mind would want to live inside a rotting, clammy shed, nor be gullible enough to purchase any kind of food resulting from fishing. Okay, there is a periodic food consumption thing. So there is a ticking clock aspect. See a typical Arkham resident, tired and decrepit looking. He looks at you uneasily. What stayed intact in this part of town? Not much, as you can see. Here is the old eel house if you're looking for a few drinks and a roof over your head. If you're planning to numb yourself, Richter's drugstore is the place. You'll be fine if you stay away from the Marsh warehouse, and I'm sure you know better than to hang around near the grandfather altar. Tell me of the drugstore. Old Richter runs the only remaining pharmacy in Arkham, but don't be fooled. His business is not medicine. He deals drugs. Richter produces, mixes, and of course sells all kinds of drugs to anyone interested in a small escapade from this nightmare. He is valuable to the mob, and he knows it. There's been some ugly rumors about him for some time now. What kind of rumors? Rumors of him taking advantage of his regular customers and sort. Dreadful stuff. Tell me of the warehouse. I know it used to be run by the Marsh family of Innsmouth. Let's see. So, I believe, at the end of the Innsmouth story, the baseline Innsmouth story, not any of the, like, gamified retellings, the military gets called in to wreck the place. I think. Not certain. We've been hearing that the place has been used for bootlegging and was being used for bootlegging and sorts. Only ghouls occupy it now, beasts that rend flesh from your bone. I wonder if we're gonna get the dog-like ghouls of Lovecraft fiction as opposed to, you know, gaunt, undead-looking ghouls. Do you know about the Marshes? Not much. I know they are the ruling family of Innsmouth. Was it Marsh? Oh, yeah, it was. Their great-grandfather Obed Marsh was an important figure in the town's past. Reclusive, weird folk, these Innsmouthians. Tell me of ghouls. Oh, yeah, dog-like demons. Never seen one with my own eyes, but I've seen what they can do to people. They say that they're dog-like demons, feral parodies of men. They creep out of the dark to prey upon us. You can hear their eerie howls. There's a Guillermo del Toro series, I think it's on Netflix, like Cabinet of Curiosities, that has grossly disappointing retellings of Lovecraft stories included amongst them. Tell me of the mob. The mob is the law. The mob has taught you well, I see. Let's not talk about these things. About the cult. Mad fanatics who devoted themselves to... Oh! He's actually pronouncing it out instead of spelling it. Well, pronouncing the human pronounceable version. It's only in his letters to his colleagues that Lovecraft mentions that Cthulhu isn't how you say it. How you say it involves kind of like barking and choking a little bit. Kind of like a particular kind of cough at the beginning. They rule the ruins of North Arkham across the Miskatonic River. The cult comes to this side of the river either to find new blood for their ranks or new victims to be sacrificed in their rites. Not sure which is worse. Our weird dream vision took us this way. Buy, sell, rent. Best deal on and then painted over. Guns. In classic RPG sense, in order to get background, you accost random strangers. Protected by the mob, scavengers will be shot on sight. Bring bullets, take away rations. The shelf has been the subject of many of your daydreams during your incarceration in Arkham. Waxface's food stores keep starvation at bay for the populace. They must be grateful for his altruism. The man smiles silently. Behind the bars is a stern-looking man who looks deeply dissatisfied. Although he looks to be in his 60s, his presence invokes respect and fear. Buy something or just wasting my time? Price tags and what have you. Burglar's hood. Notebook, Bible, folk tales, Little Women, and a sleazy magazine. Corn. Pack of dried, uncooked corn. A corpse. Unsolved mystery. No entities discovered yet. Hotel is for the mob's guests. Although one of the newer buildings in town, the supernatural darkness has reduced the post office to decrepitude. Interring the letters of the damned betwixt its cracked walls. The iconic gates of this institution of higher learning lie in ruins. The way is impassable for now. Feel it moving. It basks beneath. Wrathsacks asking for more junk. See a scruffy man dressed in grimy garments. As you approach, you're irritated by the rancid, alcoholic stench of his sweat. The swollen syringe marks on his arm further demonstrate the extent of his addiction. As your shadow falls over the unkempt and emaciated rummy, he scarcely opens one eyelid, as if he's been anticipating a visitor. Deliriously. Gwen, is that you? Takes a moment to realize you're not who he expected. I don't really want to touch him. Can't we just ask if he's okay? Feels like touching him is asking for some sort of infection. Are you okay? Who's asking? The drill sergeant? Did you serve in the army? What are you, a copper? The last time I checked, the mob burned down the police station. He chugs his moonshine and spits. They won't tolerate a snoop around these parts, so up yours, mister. Choice 2. All right, then rot in the gutter and wallow in your pathetic habits. You don't look good. I need no help. I'm well aware of what Richter's dope does to a healthy person. Do I look like I care? Mentioning the pharmacist's name seems to have given him an idea. Speaking of Richter... What about him? Maybe you could bring me a shot of his morphine, if you insist on bantering with this pathetic waste of a soldier. You need rehab, sir. Choice 2 again. You were a soldier? Unfortunately, I was. Private Parsons of the 181st National Guard Infantry Regiment. Shows his military identity tag. Surprised, huh? I certainly done look the part all right. So much for the patriot in me. What happened? Did you receive a dishonorable discharge? Not really, but I certainly would if I ever set foot on that base ever again. Any news on that shot of morphine? I don't have one. Gee, too bad then. But lucky for you, I'll be here for quite a while if you ever decide to bring me some of that good stuff. We like the bonfire? Ah, okay, it's camping supplies. Resting serves a couple of needs. It helps you replenish lost health, insanity, while removing the exhaustion state. You can decide what your characters do in their spare time in the form of rest activities. Each rest activity is directly associated with a skill that is known by your character and requires a certain amount of rest points. Okay. Well, he seems to be a healthy, well-put-together fella. To me, the dazed, the disappointed. Oh, yeah. Definitely a person on the up and up. The wretched creature before you can hardly be described as human. It is wearing odd, anachronistic clothes and has wrapped its face and hands in tattered rags. Its cringing, confused movements further verify the state of this unfortunate outcast. The humanoid creature is talking with itself in an uneasy, guttural tone. His voice is like a cold breeze blowing from beyond the grave. Why have the cruel gods chosen me for their ghastly amusement? The moment he sees you, the pitiful creature draws back in horror. Option 2 is generally the vicious option. Run, you pathetic thing. Wait, I'm not gonna hurt you. You sense the creature observing you with its yellow, ghoulish eyes barely visible behind the filthy rags. The outlandish being starts to talk in a rugged but strangely educated tone. Harm is the only thing your kind brought to me. To think I once foolishly believed us to be kin. Leave me alone. The creature scurries quickly away from you. Off he shambles. Honest Bill's pawn shop. You know me. Bank of Arkham. Rifle and sledgehammer. Cigarettes and a needle and thread. Wad of dollars. Junk. Very Fallout vibe. Early Fallout. Like the parallaxed foreground there. There's a searchable doodad. Empty syringe. Wow. I clicked that wax statue and it didn't really. It said unsolved mystery. Manager's notes express concern over a stranger's suspicious request. Cigarettes everywhere. A wrench. One would assume. Strangely presentable man in a sharp suit waits eagerly at one of the destroyed cash counters. The moment he sees you, he begins to speak rapidly and enthusiastically. Sir, how may I assist you? As you can see, this has been a very busy day. Looks like the boom has finally come to Arkham. It's nice to see our little town thriving, don't you think? Sure is. Yep, yep. We're all sane here. Of course you agree, sir. We all share the same dream in this country, after all, as proud citizens. His voice cuts off abruptly and he freezes in place. He doesn't even blink. He looks almost like a living statue. You're really lost, aren't you, buddy? Some men are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights. Let me help you with your transaction, sir. May I see your credentials? Detective's license? Instantly grabs the object from your hands. Let me see. It says you're a despoiler of secret sins. Here's your documents, sir. I hope they will aid you in the game of stuff. Struggle begins. Ah. Oh, yeah. The guy on the right there looks like the strange man we encountered. Combat in Stygian consists of turns. Each turn, your character and enemies move and act on their own rounds. The extent that their action points allow. Each action point requires a certain amount. Each action requires action points. Monitor the health and sanity levels. Switch between equipped weapons. You can also reload. If you wish to use a quick item or perform a combat ability or cast a spell, right-click on the active character. You're not wearing pants. Certain hexes on the battlefield may have special functions. It can take cover or enable you to flee from battle. Escape button. Okay, the purple tiles over here. So you can defend and focus. Okay, focus is just like a it's a, yeah, like an accuracy bonus or something like that. I mean, we only have a limited amount of ammo. Oh. Okay, looking at your inventory takes Bonk. Waltz of madness, howls of insanity. Despair. There is a turn order. Okay, well, that's not great. Normal. Was very little damage. Make him walk towards me for now. I wonder what the little marks on their icon mean. I'm liberating you. Yeah. We're kind of hosed, I think. The feeling that running was the way to go. Oh well. Aggression escape. Combat is very slow. Well, we're probably going to find out what happens when you lose in a moment. Noted. Yeah. Well, at least they have a good option for try again. Costs angst to run away. Noted. Noted. Okay, quick save. It was worth a try. A lot of them are wearing masks. I mean, the high risk of combat is on theme, at least. sturdily locked for a typical building of Arkham with such decrepitness. Knock on the door. Your approaching footsteps and a blunt, uneducated voice is heard from behind the door. Who's this? Paperboy. Get lost. Okay, this is the guy that said he wanted more, like, salvage or scrap. Or that the guys above Arkham said wanted more scrap. Though he looks like a living wreck with a lot of grease in his filthy hair, the man before you persistently advertises his merchandise, which looks more like trash to you, with an unfaltering energy. Welcome to Uncle Rathsack's shop of undiscovered treasures. Don't be shy, come closer, I have everything you need. Many things he does. Dollar bills don't have any other use, it would seem. A baby rattle. Kind of sad. A junky rattle that produces an irritating sound. And then a handmade rattle. Same thing, but a gift from the lunatic clerk. Bell, boards. Batteries, suits, gas mask. Processed opium. This uses 22. Tin can, canned spaghetti. Kerosene. Lots of those. Get the feeling that it's going to be a good idea to have some of this stuff. There we go. Colonel family who used to run the bakery on the first floor, in all likelihood, are the residents of the Marble Orchard by now. What? They did inspect the entrance, but apparently not. Key number 0. Wonder. Peculiar key at the entrance to the ruined university, marked with the number 0. Perhaps I can find someone to tell me what it unlocks. Let's poke him. Call it a shop? And among the best. You don't like my decorations? Take no notice of the packaging, friend. The goods it sells is what makes a shop. He stops for a moment to cough wetly. A shop. And Uncle Ratsack's got everything you need. Hey, he still wants morphine. Yeah. It could be a key to a bank deposit box, but we're going to hold off on that for a little bit. Given the horrible beating we took last time. Oh. A well-built, dark-skinned man is approaching you. You doubt he's from these parts. He seems unaffected by Arkham's nightmarish conditions. There is something inviting, almost provocative in his thin smile. Senor. Please forgive my... He tries to find the right word. Interruption, but I've been seeing you at the Old Eel and wanted to... presentarme. Or Tarm, I don't know. Go on. I'm called Eduardo. Eduardo Carnella, to be exact. There's nothing special about my apelido, I guess his name. What he is called, I don't know. Just son of another poor fisherman from Kojimar, I guess. Winging it on these words. And I carried the Carnella name to this far part of the world. Now all that remains is our past. Ah. There's a crackle of energy in Eduardo's eyes as he firmly shakes your hand. Pleasure to meet you. Well, we told him our name, which, got a reaction. You're here for something, right? I have a sensation that you may need my services. Different from you. I am accustomed to this survival in the streets. The never-ending sopravviviente. Oof. Like sobraviviente. But, pronounced smoother. I've survived the Spaniards, then American occupation, then Civil War, then the American again. No hard feelings, though. Hey there, Zario. Welcome. We're trying Stygian, Reign of the Old Ones. You see my point now. I know what to do when things get, what do you say, hot. I can be the difference between life and Santa Muerte. So you're off to fight. More con amore se paga. Ilo demus con dinero. Love can do much, money can do everything. If you pay me my sig, senor, you'll have your own special angel protector. How much for bodyguard? 2 dozen cigs for each day I protect you. Oof. I don't care if you're fighting monsters or the mob or El Diablo himself. No fear, huh? Why should I? I've survived by chance all my life, and now I do just the same. We all do. You were not aware of this before La Catastrophe. A swordfish killed Padre. One day he go out to work, he never come home. SOS. Like that. You see, we live by chance alone, but it is when we are out of luck that it becomes plain. I will play the game, senor, until Diosa Fortuna betrays me. Something like Lady Luck. I'll think about it. Your choice, senor. I'll be at the old eel. Well, that lets us recruit a goon. See, a typical Arkham resident, tired and decrepit looking. She looks at you uneasily. What's with the statue? The cult erected it in place of the old Lincoln statue. Grandfather altar, they call it. It's an atrocity. Cultists come from across the river to sacrifice people who have been marked by the mob. Blood offerings to Grandfather Cthulhu. Even the name freezes my blood. The Grandfather, they call him, their new god who was awakened on the Black Day with its brethren, the Great Old Ones. The fanatics of the cult torture, sacrifice, and kill in their names. Yep, so the gimmick, or the concept being that Cthulhu was awoken, which means that Cthulhu woke up all of the other old ones. The thing is, like, Cthulhu is effectively like the Harbinger or the High Priest or something. It was something along those lines. You know, when the stars are right and what have you. Towering depiction of one of the elder gods. Is it elder gods in that case? I thought the elder gods were different ones. Because you have, like, the great old ones, and then there's a different set. Let's rummage. Hey, canned pumpkin. Crafting bench. Barricaded door. Passage to the inner sections of the warehouse seem to be blocked by a vile combination of wooden boards, mud, twigs, and dirt. Well then. Well, hey, we got a bunch of free stuff. Suspect we'll be able to use cigarettes to pay for, like, lodgings at the eel then. Is there something I missed in here? The canister that contains all the kerosene you've amassed. Oh, okay. There's a kerosene aggregation system. Insignificant diary of a young girl, a most generous gift from the lunatic clerk. Wonder. Does the scrap man have a crowbar? So I know the definitely not the mob shop has a crowbar, so we'll go there. Exhaustion. 3 stages. Your character enters drain. 3 stages of exhaustion before you enter the drained state. Mild exhaustion, exhaustion, and severe exhaustion. Either rest at the Old Eel by making Marino a wealthier man, or by acquiring camping supplies. Mind that camping outdoors has its own hazards and risks, but due to the high demand for the relative safety of Marino's attic, you can find his rather shabby facilities occupied from time to time. Okay, so you can't always rest at the, at what amounts to the inn. So far, we've got kind of a Fallout 2, Fallout 1 and 2, kind of collides with Darkest Dungeon. Used to pry open sealed items and is a melee weapon. Let's do it. It's the wax statue. You mean Honest Bill? He's dead, but they kept him around for decoration. Turned him into a statue. He used to own the place, see? Until he crossed Waxface. Can you guess how they did it? Poured boiling wax over him from head to toe. Should have heard the screams. That's enough, or you want more details? Tell me about Waxface. He is, he says it unwillingly, the boss. Not around much these days, though. He put me in charge of the pawn shop, so here I am. What a dead end. Let me give you some advice. Do not ask about Waxface if you want to live. You buying, or should I ask Charlie to make you leave? Charlie the smiling blonde fellow? Charlie's the smiling blonde fellow who can fill you with more lead than you'd need to build a boat. Not antagonize, I guess. Okay, so now go to warehouse. We're not maximum tired yet, so we're going to keep running around. Wait a minute. She's holding a twirly thing. Clearly, she is sciencing. Wonder. Hello, Sky. Pushing buttons for me. Go over and give him some attention before he starts wrecking the place. How do I use? Contain useful goods for the determined individual, provided its tightly sealed lid can be pried open. Yeah. Okay. It feels like there's flavor text involved here that I think. Wait. Can we do this? Nope. Yeah, the crowbar implies that it would work that way, but there doesn't seem to be any way to use it that way. This guy will reach across from the table and, like, paw at my shoulders if he wants attention. And he very much wants attention. Doing that, let's zoom in a bit on Ember here. Sky is insisting that I really... Oh, well, that apparently happens periodically. Let's go into the inventory screen in case time is, passing. Yeah, I don't know barbed wire if it ends up being something that will necessarily stream more, but it is a game to poke at. A useless key. Yep. Oh, you're right. Thank you. Oh, wait. There's this place is marked number 2. See a skinny woman wearing heavy makeup. Her provocative outfit. That's just you can't see it, but here, just a moment. Provocative. Emphasizes how she earns her living in Arkham. She moves like a person drugged or drunk. Yep. Her words are welcoming, her excitement feigned. So this is building 2. You know, right, casemate? Yep. Okay. So the room is occupied currently. We'll see how long we can stretch exhaustion. So what if we go this way? We're going to check the drugstore. Maybe we can afford a needle of morphine for the, old soldier. Middle-aged, educated-looking man with a hint of danger in his smile. This must be the owner of the pharmacy. What kind of medicine do you sell? The kind that people really need. Tell me what is absent in your world. Euphoria, relief, self-confidence. If I don't have the remedy already, I can make it. Morphine shot. Well, that would be the remainder of my monies. Amphetamine. Very potent synthetic stimulant that can be taken via inhaler. Cocaine, opium, nerve tonic. A sedative in the form of an effervescent drink. Fizzy. A chemistry set. And then formulas for bandages. Crafting components largely. We're going to try other stuff first. So is there a building 0? Mobster, are you looking at me? No No, sir. No, I didn't. Oh, well then. Such ominous music. Uh-oh. There we go. If you get advanced crafting skill, you can combine them. Old man is sitting behind the dusty counter, surrounded by a variety of odd objects. He doesn't look pleased to see you. Do you know about this key? See a flash of greed in the old man's eyes. He hastily takes some notes to a peculiar notebook on the counter. Is it numbered 0? Oh, how interesting. Where did you get such a rare one? From a mysterious man, but I found it because of a dream. Long story. Some dreams indeed hold value. What can I offer you for that key, my friend? A key numbered 0 may be a fine addition to my collection here. Not for sale. 500. Is it for sale now? Oh, wow. He really wants that key. Don't give up. 1,000 right now. If you're not selling the key to me, I'm afraid our conversation is over. You won't regret it. We all face our regrets in this purgatory. You can leave now. Well, we learned that he desperately wants that key. Charred and decrepit palace, which once hosted many events and receptions as the Gentlemen's Club of Arkham, has been re-christened the Blackened Club by the surviving locals and serves as Wax Face's criminal fortress, where they've taken you. Lies. Where's your god? After the locals salvaged whatever they could find of use, the cultists turned this humble place of worship into an altar to their own depravity. A revolting smell attacks your nostrils as you approach the homeless man, as if some small animal had died under his stained clothes. It's the man with paint on his face. You don't know Coley Willie? Thought everybody knew Coley. You know, he has movies, the theatrical performances. He was a real celebrity, you know. Not Coley Willie, but the fellow himself, Sam Rodney. Never found him funny myself. Ah, okay. It's the character that was Coley Willie. Found him funny myself. In better days, a friend took me to one of his shows. Making all that money, scoffing at black folks. The black day came for all of us in the end, didn't it? White, yellow, black, everybody. Still putting on shows? I don't know if I'd call it is a show anymore, mister. Been hanging around with him for a while now, and he never became Sam Rodney again. Not even once. Guess he's flat out Coley Willie now. Who is he performing for? Some mob fellas used to come and see him now and again. Not anymore. Watching the same thing over and over got boring, probably. Other folks don't like to go anywhere near him. Probably find him creepy. They don't like to be near me either. Coley in the... He tries to think of something. So here we are. Coley and the Stinky. It's a blue glow up there, isn't it? Beautiful mansion somehow remains unscathed and is obviously still occupied, though the relentless vein root has begun to assault it most aggressively. Can't seem to approach it. Children playing. You smell funny. A child's imagination perseveres, even in the most trying of times. The bridge piers are torn apart from the steel railings under the road by savage unearthly winds or perhaps an earthquake. Amidst the undescribable chaos of the Black Day, these sagging gambrel roofs were buffeted by an apocalyptic storm of unparalleled force. Door is tightly locked, but there is a dusty button alongside, adjacent to a rectangular panel similar to a speaker. Press button. Voice sizzles from the speaker. What do you want? Can I come in? No. Speaker falls silent. Vehicle is locked. Alright, we are gonna try to pester this guy about the key. Immediately behind Isidore's work desk hangs a carefully organized collection of keys, some old and strange, some new and ordinary. A nice collection of keys you have. Thank you. I've put my life into this collection, though it is unfortunately incomplete. As he quickly reviews his row of keys, you notice a deep longing in your eyes. I can't remember who the character was, but oh man, what even the story is about. But I thought it was related to a silver key to the realm of dreams. One of the less horror aspect story cycles from Lovecraft and Company, you know? Why the interest in keys? I've always been fascinated by keys. Started my collection. I started collecting them in my childhood. It was simply a hobby, of course, until the Black Day. And what changed? It's not important. Just remember that I will pay handsomely for keys. Feel better knowing why you want them so badly. Very well. After the Black Day, like many others, I lost all hope. No reason to go on, I decided to end it. You know what I mean. What I desired most is forbidden to men. For days I fasted and prayed for Hashem's forgiveness, determined to end this misery of an existence. Passed out from hunger and exhaustion, and then I dreamt of two keys. One was gold and burning, and the other, though it was only warm to the touch, the other was silver and bathed in moonlight. Go on. They were the keys to the Temple of Solomon. I felt the light inside me. Oh, Hashem, he spoke to me. The old man's eyes widen and lose focus as if he's in a trance. You understand now. This is the reason I've been collecting keys all my life. They are my escape from this Sheol. They were my test, and they will be my salvation. And how will that work? There's a hidden power in patterns and numbers. Some of the keys are numbered. This makes them special. The effect of Isidore's dream fades when he comes to himself again. I think I've said enough. You're crazy, old man. What do you got for sale? That's why I'm here, but first tell me, if you see something you desire, how do you intend to pay for it? Cigarettes? No interest in hoarding cigarettes, nor do I smoke them myself. I'm old enough to value breathing too much. Old money? My advice to you, sir, is keep your old money in the restroom where it may be of use. What do you have in mind? Keys. I collect them, you see, all sizes and shapes. If you happen to come across any keys in this accursed place, bring them here. Gladly trade the exquisite items from my collection for keys. If you don't care about your health, I can also pay in cigarettes. What do you have? Papa Twilight's top hat. Head of a Louisianan voodoo priest, Papa Twilight. Pendulum of Miss Montfort. Abdul's severed hand. Eyes of Argus. Crowley. Folktale book. Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God. Origin of Species, yeah. All kinds of thingies. Keys, paths, and meanings. Need your expertise. Open the decipher screen. Huh. We are going to talk about trading the key. If you're not selling me the key, I'm afraid the conversation is over. Missing a conversation chance with a fellow devotee of Kabbalah. You do not even dare to mock the doctrine. I really need to learn about the key. Very tempting. The old man pauses for a while, then continues. But if you also give me your word to bring the key after you're done with it, this may start to look like a deal. Sure. I don't have that many. I do, but... All right. I hope you'll also respect the other part of our deal. I'll be waiting for the key. Now, for my part, the key is for the safe deposit boxes of the Bank of Arkham. I wasn't aware of the existence of the one labeled 0, though. Oof. Well, maybe we can shake him down for money after we come back with the key, you know? No man of Arkham. Nothing human under those rags. Seems this outsider has been chosen as the scapegoat for everything these people suffered. Crowd turns on you with a mix of fear and hatred in their eyes. One of them shouts at you. You in league with this demon? Don't you see what its kind has brought upon us? Look at what you've become. One leading the crowd shouts at you with anger. Shut your mouth. Well, not ideal. Well, let's try to kill a man. Spirit of Alrazi. Caster turns their saliva into corrosive acid and spits it into the chosen target. Objective Circle, Evil Eye. Sky. It is time to be a nuisance again. Let's try this one. Well, I think that drove him off. Okay. Richard approaches you cautiously. He looks thoroughly confused. After a short silence, it speaks a single word. Why? Why? Why did you intervene on my behalf? We may help each other in the future. You look resourceful. If you're looking for ruin, desperation, and misery, I have them aplenty, stranger. But I can't help you with anything else. You've gained sanity from role-playing your belief system correctly. Whenever you act in accordance with the character you created, you gain sanity. This special sanity gain can exceed the maximum amount. So we're materialistic. So acting as if it is this is a benefit to us gives us gives us sanity there. Who's to leave the scene where he was almost lynched? Didn't rescue you for nothing. I'm incapable of helping my own self, stranger, much less others. Such is the lot of the gods have given me. Leave me be, that I continue my search for that accursed man. What man? The man in black with no face, the man with the cane of bones, the ghostly tapping of his stick still rings in my ears. You mean the dismal man? I am also looking for him, and you're as doomed as I am. In my bones, I know that no good will ever come from finding him, and I have no other choice but to find him. His countenance was the last thing I saw before finding myself in this purgatory. Can we look together? Creature is silent for a moment, then you hear the rugged voice from beneath the rags once more. It is no coincidence that you know the man with the cane of bones. Perhaps I shall walk with you for a time. Do you have a name? I don't remember. I'm unsure if I have ever had one, but I know one thing. Wherever the fates toss me, I remain the outsider. We have a goon. Can we afford to stay at the bar? Hey there, Dastopia. Okay. And we go to the campfire over by the gates. How you doing today? I have an offer for you. A pasty, malnourished man leaps up from within the shadows. His swollen, wary eyes are riveted on you. The scruffiness of his otherwise fine apparel corresponds with his restless antics. Rolling, vigilant eyes quickly scan the premises when he finally feels secure. He addresses you in a timid but needy fashion. Sorry if I startled you, sir. I'm Cornelius Moretti. A proposal from which we can both benefit. Pardon my abruptness, but it will only take a minute of your time. Plainly in distress, he gazes askance at the brawlers standing near the bar. I'd seen you go up to the old eel attic before I got ejected by that ignoble swab. You might be just the man who can help me. Which one are you talking about? The biggest, vilest, slimiest of them all, Marino, that's who. To think that I never took my father seriously when he kept saying, no honest man has ever been born to the Rossi familia. Alright, go on. He grinds his teeth in chagrin before continuing. It was just another miserable day at the joint when I, partly encouraged by the devil's juice no doubt, finally spoke what had been on my mind for a long time. Suddenly his anger takes precedence over his nervousness. I called him out, that tyrannical devil's seed called Waxface. I denounced him as the false shepherd he really is. Nobody said a thing, of course, cowards. There is, and will ever be only one shepherd of men. For saying that, they expelled me, humiliated me, and worst of all, they marked me. Twitchingly lowers his voice. That's my death sentence, you understand? Hearing you marked. Hearing you speak the word, a surge of misgiving darkens his visage. It's not the time nor the place, and besides, you're better off not knowing what it is. And what's this got to do with me? Well, sir, all I'm asking is that you retrieve my heirloom pocket watch from the old eel attic. It's a valuable piece from my late father. I stashed it there, having an inkling that I might need it in the dark days ahead. It's hidden under a floorboard next to the mattress. I need it more than ever, for I'm left with nothing else. Once I barter it off, we'll split the cigs halfway. Will you do this for me? It's worth the trouble. Yeah, it would seem so, Barbed Wire. This is you get the impression that the mob has a deal with the cultists. That they will remove people, um, and the cultists get, the mob gets people removed without having to get involved themselves, and the cultists get to remove people. Shimmer of mirth appears in his eyes. Thank you, brother, thank you. Assure you it will be lucrative. Casts one final fretful glance at his surroundings. Now I must go before they come for me. I'll be near the desecrated church in French Hill. I'll be safe there. It's abandoned now. Please hurry. Can I get into the attic? Call me Cornuto. Forget about it. You remind me of a guy. He was a cornuto, that's all. But what is that? It is someone who has horns, you know. The wife is unfaithful to the husband. That makes the Does this have to do with me? As the bartender of Isola, a small Italian bar in Chicago, a man used to come there every evening, every single day. He didn't drink, he didn't seem to have any fun. He just kept looking at the patrons silently, looking for someone. Then, after almost a year, I finally learned his story. He was searching for the man. He came to that bar every day, staring silently. You're like him. I see. You're waiting for someone too. You don't pursue whatever wrecked your life, but you can have. You don't pursue whatever life you can have in this town. Instead, you act like that guy. Forgive me if I put it bluntly, but who messed up your life? Waiting for somebody, but it's not as simple as that. Like I care. Can I rest in the attic? Lassie. We're gonna rest, and then it's off to the bank. It doesn't seem to. There we go. All right. So I have to get wrecked by the tellers. Demented venture ended prematurely and pitifully. Help yourself. Get in there and die. Still got enough bullets. Ignore the teller. Nope. Well, a opening crit to end one of them is a good way to start. This is good. This is good. Spend that sanity while I've got it. It is. It is. Okay. Raw opium. Expresses concern over a stranger's suspicious request. Okay, let's... Ah, okay. The, yeah, kind of a critter manual here. Raving lunatic. In relating the circumstances which have led to my confinement within this refuge for the demented, I am aware that my present position will create a natural doubt of the authenticity of my narrative. Lunatics are motivated by the momentary impulses of their demented minds and frequently attack each other. Yep. It's definitely a spend the bullets scenario. Let's hold off on going into another fight situation where there is no cover. Bit of a moonwalk there. Hey, morphine. Danforth's compass. Acquired an artifact. Each artifact in Stygian has a supernatural power and a malediction that represents the danger of meddling with such occult items. You can learn the powers of artifacts either by yourself or with occult research, or by making Isidore decipher them in exchange for SIGs, though the malediction of an artifact can only be discovered by research. Interesting. ammo. Ammo is good. Safe that should not be there. The haphazard effort to brick up the hole in the wall suggests that someone wishes to conceal something behind it. Investigation. You try to find a weakness. You achieved to find a weak spot in the structure of the wall and successfully uncovered the locker numbered 0. Cthulhu statuette. This is the classic Cthulhu statue. I think this is how it's described in The Terror of Red Hook. The Dismal Man's Poem. Your carven doom. Soul of a scavenger of the sea shall be found inside a bottle of lead. The last wish of a bodiless starfarer shall be heard from the mouth not of flesh. The drop of swarming chaos shall be stolen under the runes once halls of wisdom, and the book shall be read which should not be read. Only then you may wish to call me by the timeless stones on the nameless isle. Only then you may wish to walk by me between the endless realms of pitch black. Neat. Gained a level. Do not raise your hopes up, though. You are still as thin as a rail against the horrors lurking in the dark corners of the cosmos. You have 2 skill points and a merit point. Acquire either a perk or a combat ability with a merit point. It's advised you raise your skills first in order to meet the requirements of some perks and abilities. You can wear a mask. Guns and looking. Okay, you have to spend them. So, if you listen, you can see that clicking on the screen counts as clicking behind the screen here. Let's see. Perks he already has Shred. The Outsider's basic attack has a chance to bleed the target. And he has mental resistance. The wisdom of centuries and the wrath of isolation. Well, let's get wisdom of centuries. Yeah, angst is attrition over time. Like your characters will suffer as time progresses. I don't want to get into that fight with all of them. It's you start right next to them, so I'd be getting torn up right away. Disfigured occultist approaches you. May I read the manuscript we found, stranger? My knowledge may help to illuminate its mystery. Here you go. Takes the manuscript as delicately as his claw-like hands will allow and reads it carefully. Be a scavenger of the seas. Perhaps a sea monster of some kind? I've read about all kinds of sea beasts in my dusty tomes. Gargantuan devils that can sink galleons with their feelers. Hunters of the dark waters with razor-sharp teeth. Bodiless starfarer? I know there are celestial beings of great power journeying across the endless blackness. Could it be one of them? Drop of swarming chaos. The reference is too vague to make a reasonable guess. And the book that should not be read? I seek a book that should not be read. Such knowledge is often followed by damnation. Where should we find it? The depiction resonates as a tome of dark arts to me. A native who is knowledgeable either in such artifacts or the occult itself can perhaps enlighten you further. Given that we're by Arkham University and we're looking for a tome that should not be read, then Necronomicon sounds likely. I want to help you. Have some morphine. Ah, yes. It all began after I met Gwen Robin, my, former, being a poor cobbler's son, I was obligated to put bread on the table, and that's why I joined the Guard, for the extra paycheck. Hailing from an even poorer Arkham family, Gwen was working as a wireless operator at the base. Boy, she had it. Blonde, nice figure. Oh, how I miss our little escapades. But everything that went to hell when she had to quit her job due to some family issue back home. I was shaken and broken, but I had to continue with my training, knowing not that the worst was yet to come. In the footsteps of the apocalypse, cases of mass hysteria, arson, mass murders, power shortages, you name it. National Guard was called to active duty, and I was stuck being a full-time soldier. As I was getting to the end of my rope physically, Gwen's last letter proved to be the final blow. She said we had to break up, that she could never see me again. No reason nor explanation. Nothing. The old Jeremy Parsons died then and there. But despite the profound sadness I felt, I forced myself to see her again one last time. So I just escaped the base by hiding inside an Arkham-bound logistics truck. Fuss over insignificant sentimental attachment. Nothing good ever lasts. I couldn't cope with it. My thoughts became hazy and my reasoning obscured by a thick fog. Didn't have a plan, I just felt that I needed to get away. So you came to Arkham. I did, and for that I'll never forgive myself. I'm a scoundrel for turning my back on the proudest institution of our forefathers, who fought the Empire. How can I betray the legacy of the Minutemen? You still aspire to be a freedom fighter? I could, if only we still had a country to protect. After coming to Arkham, I quickly realized that I had to avoid detection, so I disguised myself in civilian clothing and buried my uniform somewhere. Then I went straight to Gwen's address. There was nobody in the house. Even their coffee cups were on the table, but they were gone. It's as if she vanished or never even existed at all. I lost track of her ever since. I asked around, but only met hostility and apathy. What a short-sighted fool I've been. Oh, wow. Once again, option 2. I can't come up with a valid reason why I wasted these minutes listening to your mundane story. Goodbye. Option 2 is almost universally the let's be as vicious a jerk as we can imagine. Sorry about that. We've all experienced bitter loss. Still do. Seemed like a good man. Here, hands you a picture of a blonde woman. This is Gwen. Will you ask around for her? Maybe you can do a better job than I did. Sure. We doing for monies? We've recovered some monies. That's good. Let's see if we can get back into the attic now. Be useful to rest up in any event. Yeah, he won't go into the inn with us. See a tipsy, talkative-looking blonde man leaning against the bar. His reddish eyes roam the room. Ask a question. Go on. You've just arrived. I was curious whether you happened to see a rustic-looking fellow hanging around outside. I might have if you'll pay me. See, you'll fit in perfectly in this grim new world, sir. But know that you will get no cigs from me. Introduce myself. I am Stanley Fredkin. Used to be a lecturer in the literature department at Miskatonic, before committing wholly to my true intellectual passion, the study of folklore. We can talk more about me later. In the meantime, may I buy you a drink? Sure. Some whiskey for this fine gentleman here, and not the usual rock gut you serve. Real whiskey. Well then. Here you go. Stanley raises his glass and takes a big sip of Marino's questionable whiskey. What were we talking about? Rustic man? I'm afraid he is the one who's looking for me. I've had some minor problems with my current employer. And nothing I can't solve, of course, but I suspect he may have sent that illiterate to find me. Who is this employer? He's a foreign investor who is interested in my advice. Glad to have the opportunity to engage in an intellectual conversation with another sophisticated mind. Rare in this town, huh? But enough about me. Mention Miskatonic. No, I meant the river. Don't people learn about major water bodies in school these days? Forgive me, sometimes the sarcastic Stanley takes hold. Yes, I used to work at the university. Is no boast to say that I was a mighty fine instructor during my time at the university. What a sad day it must have been when the students learned I had chosen the path of the wandering folklorist. And what have you been studying lately? See that I've aroused your interest. I've been known to have that effect on people, being an intellectual inspiration and all. Oh, he's so nice. He's the sort of guy that just attracts all of the punches. To get to your question, I've been in Vermont recording the legends of the winged ones of the hills. Very profound topic indeed. From Pennacook myths to the legend of Governor Wentworth's colonial grants, you'll find mention of these winged beings from the skies. Whispers of these creatures may be found even in the folklore of the distant Himalayas. Must be a reason for these beliefs to be so widespread, right? What do you suspect is the reason? Things I'm willing to share for the benefit of the public good, and there are things that I am not. Forget about it then. Is there anything you're not good at? Other than the vulgar athletic disciplines? No, I don't believe so. I've always maintained that with a healthy brain, you can achieve anything. Remember these words, sir. Invest in your brain. In this savage world, thanks for the advice. Folklore. New England folklore, to be specific. I'm sure you've heard of my book, Kingsport Folk Tales. Very well received in academic circles, and among more common readers, too. Must have at least heard about it, right? He's got a the very superior tone to actually going, doesn't he? No, I haven't. You haven't? Perhaps you're not quite as erudite as I first believed. He seems disappointed. Otherwise, you certainly would have known about a book of such cultural significance. Bye. So soon? All right, leave, sir, your choice. He quickly tosses the remaining whiskey down. You're no different, of course. What? Can't you recognize a person of natural quality? Do I have to tell you that out of all these people, all these clueless illiterates, that I, Stanley Fredkin, have possibly discovered an escape from this hellhole? I was chosen. Spit it out. Suddenly comes to his senses. Nothing at all. This vile whiskey of yours, Marino. I had better take my leave. Well, then. $40 cigarettes. No. I can buy camping supplies for cheaper than that. There's the risk of using those outdoors, but, you know, quick saves and what have you. price here. Then we'll check at the old scavenger. $29 for camping supplies. Look like... Oh, no, he does. Same cost. Not too torn up yet. Hello, Sammy. Hello. It has that benefit. There's also the barrels. There's also the possibility of getting of having him perform some of those tasks. Actually, though, no, I spent one too many cigarette. Forgot that I needed to go in there to get the thing. What are you looking at, huh? Might be junk I can sell to make it up. Oh. Rustic-looking fellow approaches you with a note in his hand. He puts the small folded paper. For you. Okay. Typed invitation from Stanley Fredkin, the oddball folklorist. Finally found the exit that I mentioned. I can get us out. Meet me in my house at number 39, Main Street. Like he wants to buy anything. Outsider speaks as the rustic-looking man leaves. Was he a servant carrying the word of his lord? Last I saw his master, he looked to be in considerable trouble. So there's his house. See a man with an ambiguous twinkle of expectation towards you in his eyes. He approaches you with an almost unnatural affection. Can hardly contain his excitement. You. What about me? It's you. What do you want? Worry, sir, I am no longer the spoiled brat who must have everything his own way. I told you Billy will do whatever it takes to be a good boy. The edge of his mouth spasms again. Leave me alone. Show me your real feelings, sir. It is only natural that you be angry with me, but trust me, in time I'll show you that I've changed, and exhales with deep longing before completing his words, and you'll accept me eventually. His last words follow in almost as softly as a whisper, because Billy is a good boy. He's following me. Okay, we're gonna try to go to the junk vendor and see if he'll buy some of this garbage. He's still following me. Screws are a component, so we'll keep those. We have wads of old money that we can sell. And the silver necklace, but oh no, that's 39. That. Wads o' money. Okay, that gives us enough. Ideally, we'll be able to go into the inn now. Billy continues to follow us. His face lights up the moment you turn to him. He says something you can't quite understand. What did you say? Duh. He gives you a knowing look, as if the two of you are sharing a joke. Who do you think I am? Look deep into your heart and you'll know. You'll see him looking at me through you. Why are you following me? We used to walk together into the woods and then to the well at the crossroads. He stares into the emptiness as if seeing it before him. I will draw the water. Let me do it this time. I'll do it this time, sir. Sure, draw the water. Thank you, sir. I won't drop the bucket. You'll see. I'm strong now. Study his movements. Billy starts to move his arms as if using every ounce of strength to turn an imaginary crank. Beads of sweat are sliding down his forehead. One of the veins on his neck pops as his face gets redder, but unfortunately for him, he hasn't moved the imaginary object an inch. Waiting on that water. The invisible tension suddenly breaks. Billy barely avoids falling to the floor. Oh no, the rope snapped, sir. Looks down an imaginary well. A mossy old snake it was. I asked nicely, but this is the last time. In response, he starts to shout hysterically, "To it! I deserve it! Which one do you want, sir? The lash or the cold embrace?" You'll see that Billy is a good boy. Things are getting complicated. The old doc says there may be complications. Huh, crooked face. Feel his warm gaze on you again. We're finally together again, closer than ever. The lash draws colorful lines on you, silly. The teacher don't like them, but what does the teacher know? Oof. Let's see. Billy's been through a lot. Cold embrace. It's so cold that it's hot. He appears to be anxious but also excited. Makes you purple like blueberries. Oh man. See a withered old man sitting bent over one of the tables. He appears to be in the midst of a heated argument with his bag. The fiery light in his yellowish eyes contrasts sharply with his weary physique. I get it. Cut it out, I said. Dawkins, I tell you one last time. If I ever hear your bloody voice again, I'll break your bottle, do you hear me? All of you. The old man suddenly turns to you and his fiery gaze meets yours. You're early, cabin boy. Good. Sit down and drink some ale with me. Who are you talking to? What's in the bag? Mean in my bag here? No one of importance to you. Just the low-life scum of the sea. Noden's lot, like me. He hears something from the bag which upsets him, as far as you can tell. How dare you? You may have mistaken me for someone else. Have I? Or perhaps we're all in a ship sailing through the black forsaken waters. And that may make you a cabin boy, all right? Turns to his bag. What did you say to me? Old man turns to you again. Yes, the ship. Can its name be Arkham? Smiles a toothless smile. Okay. He is not with you again. Long Tom, just when I thought you came to your senses, no. I'll be sitting here drinking my ale, or whatever this is. He registers your presence again. What'd you say, cabin boy? Bye. Sudden vigilance burns in the old man's eyes. Tell me then, cabin boy, before you leave, why do you follow the man who sails the whirlpools of reality? You mean the Dismal Man. Dismal, that's fitting. Now answer me the question, cabin boy. Voice is taken on a cold, intimidating tone. I don't have anything better to do. I'd like to join him. I don't want to spend the rest of my days here. Maybe he'll know more. Perhaps he does, but ask yourself if those answers will actually make you feel better or worse than before. Suddenly bends down to his bag. What? Peter's found another one? Good boy. All right, you'll have what you want. When? Whenever I decide to leave this rat hole of a tavern, of course. No one here is going anywhere. Money spent. while we're here, three types of research. With scientific research, you can discover blueprints. Medical, you can discover formulas. With occult, you can learn new spells and the powers of maledictions. Yeah, it is a disconcerting thought that Billy's still there. He's still down on some sanity, but does Dainsforth's compass do as a power? Increases world map speed. It's an esoteric gadget. Seems like it's like an overworld thing. Yeah. Looks like, I guess you hold it in your offhand and then you go traveling between locales. Defiled church. That's right. Still Billy following around. Or if maybe I can use him as a decoy if I get in a fight, you know? Finish him and leave his corpse to rot. Can't tell if those dogs have, like, iron masks on or bandages. In any event, dude be dead. Sanity lost. Horror witnessed. How you doing, bud? Cornelius lies bleeding on the cold, besmirched ground as waves of agony convulse his body. Riddled dispiteously, he perhaps would have already given up his last breath, but for your timely arrival. Gagging on his own blood, he can hardly talk. You've come, thank the good Lord. But my time is up, I'm afraid. Listen to me. The watch is of no use to me anymore. I've lived for and am about to die for my convictions. Come to think of it, I don't regret it. I was tired of living like a rat anyway. You can keep the watch, but promise me this. You're going to use it for something you believe in. But I do something for myself. His dying breath, he struggles to utter his last words, but his broken body has had enough. With a quiver that lasts but a moment, he finally dies. Well, I mean, net loss of 9 sanity. Bearing witness to the brutal stabbing of Cornelius has planted in you the concrete idea of the consequences that may await those who get marked by Arkham's new ruling elite. Well then. Oh, when I was about to go in, he's like, no, not in there. The outsider, I should say. It's got that vibe, doesn't it, barbed wire? Look, if we're honest, I'm going to see if I can sell this for some booze. Well, here you go. Have a key. You broke it. Are you trying to mock me? Why did you do it? It was an accident. He seems utterly dejected. Please leave. I have to adjust my notes on the pattern. Leave me alone. He seems unhappy. Are we going to the... After looking around suspiciously, he continues in a whisper, secret room? What secret room? The secret room. One part of you is still lying there. Safe, warm, and sleeping. You are also here with me. Pardon me. Oh, it is complicated, you know. You are being you, but you're also being him. Dreadful gaze is locked on you again. No point in worrying our heads about it. We're together now. What happened to the other part of me? Looks away shyly. I told you that Billy is a good boy now. You're all neat and sparkling, sir. No bad smell, no nasty bugs. Like a flower. Oh, dear. Go away. Oh, didn't mean to click that. But we have to go this way anyhow. I think. Not that 39. I think there was another 39 this way. Doop, 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 doop. Hello, Emperor. Knock on door. Who's dis? Sir Fredkin is expecting me. Glad to see ya. Dis way. Forgery of Geoffrey Larry Stempton's The Early Puritans of New England Going to Church, displaying a devout community heading to worship. Dusky grandeur of Ephraim Dorsel's 1882 work Perseverance was genuinely replicated in this otherwise overambitious forgery. This impressively accurate forgery of the 1835 painting by Federico Ginzburg depicts the Plymouth settlers in mass prayer following their embarkment on New England shores. Huh. Judging by the bottles of expensive imported European liquor, Stanley was no teetotaler. He's got a lot of stuff. Stanley has recorded anecdotes of his travels through Kingsport, Dunwich, and Innsmouth, tracing the route he followed prior to his arrival. You see Stanley sitting in the dark, looking pale and devoid of his former energy. As annoying as it was, he begins to whisper in a discomforting tone, though you can't place just what it is that's bothering you about his voice. Welcome, sir. Thanks for coming on such short notice. Forgive my threadbare appearance. My studies have left me completely exhausted. Honestly, I ought to rest and recover. But I am so close to finding a way out. So close, it is worth testing the limits of this shell of flesh and bone. Seem to have solved the situation with the rustic-looking man? Oh, yes, it was a minor nuisance. He serves me well, within his rather limited ability, of course. Why wouldn't you talk with me about this before? Wasn't sure my connections would agree to me sharing their knowledge. Let's just say I persuaded them about your potential. Precisely. It is past time I leave this filthy nest of apes behind me forever. But as you can see, my ill health won't allow me to complete my work. I also have serious doubts that my current assistant is resourceful enough to aid me in the last stage of the process. There are all these machines. I thought your interest was in folklore. Knowledge takes many shapes, my friend. You will learn many things when we are on our way to the stars. Okay, so let's see. Again, I can't remember what the story is called, but there's one where I don't know precisely how it goes down, but essentially a guy ends up being replaced by some, like, outer entity kind of thing. What amounts to an alien. Like brain in a jar kind of swap, you know? Need my help first. See what I mean? I need quick reasoning and a practical mind like yours to finish the job. Help me complete my work and you will accompany me, the only other person privileged to do so, far away from this whirlpool of primal vibrations. Are you planning to get us out of here? I won't bore you with the highly technical specifics. Just know that my connections allow me to discover ways beyond the borders of man's limited science. If you knew what they'd taught me about our universe. Who are these connections? You'll meet them when we're ready to leave, don't worry. So let's see. We've got... There are a couple of things that he could be referring to with the winged creatures. There's always the elder things, your little um your little largely pentagonally symmetric critters. Symmetric except for the bat wings. I thought the ones that he's referring to were different ones. There's also ones that I think are older than the elder things, that are supposed to be like a great civilization before like known history, kind of like before the fossil record kind of things. Tell me what I need to do. Right to the point. I like that. A few essential parts are needed to complete my research. A long-wave radio transmitter, an electrical conductor, and some formaldehyde. I really get that vibe. He's doing something that will... He's probably doing something to... The gimmick was supposed to be that they put their brain in a jar, essentially. Like a canister, and that can be carried by the creatures to another world. Like, they can fly through space. But a human body would not be able to. So, brain in a jar. These items are the last thing standing between us and infinity. Should have worked selling advertisements. Tell me where to begin. Unfortunately, you have to do this part on your own. My friend Richter at the drugstore would be a good place to start. Debauched he may be, but he seems to have skills to aid us in this final phase. Don't die before we finish the job, Stanley. You worry about the task at hand. My illness dictates that I rest now. We'll talk more later. Whispers in the darkness. Nunquam delinquer tus persuasio. I don't know. Latin, maybe? I could use the monies. Alright, let's see here. Where to next? Meaning of the poem. Ah, okay, the bank manager's notes in the Dismal Man's poem. Never been a man who puts any stock in superstition, yet my experience today has shaken my once strict convictions. I had an unannounced visitor. He was a tall man dressed in a finely cut suit and topcoat, all of an impenetrable black. In his face, well, peculiar as this may sound, I do not remember anything about it. Not his age, the look in his eyes, or the color of his hair. When I try to recall these details, my mind goes completely blank. Stranger still, I swear by our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ that he knew about Frederick. He knew about my only son, about his incurable disease. Ooh, backstory. And not just the fact of it, but every symptom, every maddening detail. He claimed to have certain powers, that he could cure my boy. All he asked in return is that I install on his behalf a safe marked with the number 0. It would be our little secret. However I try to erase it from my mind, I cannot forget the man's reply when I asked the significance of the number 0. Well, little man, every countdown ends with 0, does it not? This safe will be necessary after the end. The end of all that is. God forgive me, but I did as he asked. I concealed the accursed safe in the wall of my office 2 nights ago. It seems that that motivational poster served a purpose after all. I swim in dark waters now, and, God forbid, should I vanish. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go talk to the captain again. Also check in on formaldehyde while we're at it. You are my Charlie. Shoot this loon. Hey, we dealt with Billy. Problem solved. Finger of punishment and a baby rattle. The decomposed finger that you found in the body of Billy Crumb. Copperhead whiskey. Bootleg whiskey. Ah, no. Okay, this isn't Richter though. Oh, you see the wiggly thing off the docks there? Wiggly. Well then. That has my interest more than the drugstore at the moment. Hey, buddy. How you doing? Sanity lost, horror witnessed. The scarred man who is conducting the ritual abruptly turns to you like a scarred predator caught in a trap. Soon after, you come to realize this man must have been condemned to some kind of torture that ultimately crippled both his flesh and soul. After making a heathen hand gesture, the man speaks with a voice that can only be described as a disturbingly loud whisper. They sent you to bring me back, cult dog. They think Crow is still the easy meat he used to be. One step closer, and Barzal Tharg anew shreds you into 1,000 pieces. You can feel a ruinous power emanating from this broken man. Not planning on bringing anyone anywhere soon. After a brief look of surprise, his pained eyes scan you cautiously. Make yourself known, or I'll let the black worms devour your eyes. Tom Moretti, no eating my eyes, all right? The man calling himself Crow tips his head to one side, as if listening to an invisible advisor. My guest does not see the mantle of lies on you. This means you may live for a few more minutes. For a few minutes? I think I would risk letting you... All of a sudden, the man falls into violent spasms, seemingly the result of extreme pain. Doing okay, buddy? Ignoring you, Crow concentrates on breathing deeply for a while before he could whisper again, I cannot let you go. No one seeing me on this side of the river may live. Crow winces again, as if pain has just returned to show him that it is not going anywhere soon. Look, you're in serious pain. I can bring you all kinds of sedatives. Need some painkillers, buddy? We find a situation where both of us live? I'm afraid not, and I'm sorry about this, but his attention is again caught by something unseen. The tortured man now seems to be conversing with thin air in his strange whispering tone. I think I saw something when I entered the room. Crow ignores you, lost in a feverish discussion. When he comes to a conclusion, he turns to you again. There may be a way. Sure, it includes doing blasphemous things. Barzal Tharganu knows an old curse. It is called verba derelicta. It was once used on spies and assassins as a precaution in case they get caught. The one who carries the verba derelicta cannot even mention the name of the caster. And if the cursed is pushed to their limits, as in an interrogation, they simply, he clears his throat, die. How reassuring. It is you who trespassed in our domain, and as your host, me and Bargal Tharganu have the final say. Cursed or dead. You can find another solution. Well, you're trying to talk some sense into the scarred man. He's already whispering in Magus Latin. Upon the touch of an ice-cold drop right in the middle of your forehead, you realize the curse has been inflicted. And have I told you the spell is also quite quick to cast? You see Crow smiling for the first time. But don't put on a sackcloth and ashes, my friend. We can be real allies now. And in time, you may discover that a warlock and a demon can come very handy in a town that's gone to hell. Okay. All right. Tell me more. Crow seems to be in agony, and you're unsure if it's because of his reluctance to endure your questions or a byproduct of his condition. Know anything about the statue? Crow examines the ages-old figurine. Of course, this is a representation of Cthulhu, or the Grandfather, as the cult calls him. The sheiks of the cult have been telling us that they could feel its presence nearby. I even heard that a band of cultists actually saw His Majesty in full glory, rising on the horizon. I've also heard that when they were found, almost all of them were dead, with smiles of awe permanently fixed to their faces. And they tell that the surviving acolyte was saying just one thing: "Oh, beautiful doom." Who's your friend? His name is Barzal Tharganu, and I advise you to address him by his true name. He is a guest in my domain and also my only ally in this game of cat and mouse. Think a demon can be an ally? He tilts his head to one side again to listen to the strange entity you saw inhabiting the room. But Barzal, you also agreed to keep him functional. Can't say I like the sound of the term functional. And you should stop asking questions about my guest. He looks disturbed now. You better leave. Okie doke. Well, apparently we can't talk about him now. I'd like some formaldehyde. Are you planning to preserve? A lifeless fetus, perhaps? Forget it. Who am I to question others' questionable pursuits? The truth is, I don't have any formaldehyde. It's a bit out of my field. Do you know where I can get some? The main component of formaldehyde turns out to be methyl alcohol. Should be a pretty high methyl alcohol output at the distillery because of that charlatan wheat's crude distilling methods. Well, I just saw some terrible things. Time to do something about that. To the pharmacy. So if you can get me the methyl alcohol from the mob's distillery, I guess I can make you some formaldehyde, for a price, of course. And at last I can preserve my dead fetuses in the back decently. Just joking. Or am I? Where is it? It's to the east of Riverside. Let me show it to you on the map. This wheat? A drunk fraud who pretends to be the distiller of the mob. I've heard that his own whiskey brand was third class at best even before the Black Day. You can guess how primitive and graceless his products are now. Okie dokie. How you doing? Why'd you ask? Then a natural question? Forgive me, I'm not much accustomed to the notion of sharing. Continues with a note of shyness in his unearthly voice. I'm fine. Good to hear. Though the amber eyes behind the rags glint with expectation, the creature remains silent as a corpse. Go in here. We're going to talk to the sea captain about the scavenger of the seas, if we can pull it off. Oh, no, he's not here, though. Interesting. Wonder if he's a periodic thing or what? Floating thing the top there, tentacles near the docks. I want to ask you something. Leave me alone. Ask anyway. How do you survive here? Between the mob and the cult, you mean? I don't know, because so far someone else got crushed instead of me. Anyway, I doubt my luck will last much longer. Since the Black Day, I've thought every day would be my last. Know anything about the apocalypse? Nothing more than you, I guess. We'd all seen the signs, right? People having the same nightmares, the mysterious disappearances, whole families massacred. We saw it coming, but pretended everything was fine. Black Day started with that apocalyptic roar piercing deep into our minds. The sky melting, colors fading. Can't remember anything else. Go on. When we came to our senses, Arkham lay beneath an alien sky, banished from our home forever. We are alone, all alone in this purgatory, left to the mercy of tyrants and deviants. See, ask Richter about the transmitter as well. Where could I find a radio transmitter? Won't be easy to find such a delicate machine part in Arkham. I would try the French Hill streets, though. I heard a man called Dumitrescu resides there. I know that surname. If he's the person I think he is, that man may be your best bet. Okie doke. Or if we can talk to Schmidt about the statue. What do you know about this? Isidore pushes his glasses up over his blurry eyes and takes a closer look at the object. Looks like a rendition of one of the deities of the cult worships. Hey there, Levi. Welcome. I've seen a crude totem similar to this one on Riverside. His eyes fall on the figurine again. The art style is peculiar, though. I cannot attribute it to any culture I know of, and I can't say that I enjoy its presence. Take it away, sir. I don't want anything related to that bloody cult in my shop. It happens like that sometimes. The Schmidt's Antiques, or what's left of it. I am Isidore Schmidt. Like the merchandise, I've been gathering dust here for a good long while. Wonder what would have happened if we sold the key to him. You see a determined but pallid-looking woman in her 30s. Her outfit hints at a metropolitan sensibility. You sense an air of hypochondria about this mysterious woman. An air of hypochondria. Okay. Excuse me, sir. I'd like to ask you something, if I may. How can I refuse such a beauty? You can sense the anger rising inside the woman. Abstaining herself, she continues. I'm looking for my husband, the slender, long-faced gentleman from Boston. His name is Randolph Carter. Name drop. All I know is that he arrived in Arkham. Do you know him or his whereabouts? Don't know if I've seen him, but the name does ring a bell. That's it. Randolph Carter. There we go. The Dreamwalker. Thank you, sir. I better continue my search. Perhaps I can help you? Sorry, but I should be looking for him. Goodbye. For a radio transmitter and a conductor. I've been told you might be able to help. For a few seconds, a buzzing sound foretells the door being automatically unlocked. It's surprising to see working technology in this ruined town. Not apparent, we're playing a game called Stygian, Reign of the Old Ones. It's kind of Fallout 2 meets Cthulhu Mythos. Look at all the stuff he's got. See a middle-aged man with a strong aura of intelligence and discipline sitting next to some sophisticated radio machinery. He looks devoured by the effort he puts into these contraptions. Ask who you are. All right, Tom Moretti. The only reason I'm allowing you to interrupt my work is that you've excited my attention with your rather interesting requests. Would you care to elaborate? Heard that there's a way out, and these parts may help. Is that so? Are you a man of science? No, but this is my best bet. See, many people out there have invented pitiful things simply to have something to hold on to. I apologize, but what I'm doing here has a real value to us all. Will you help me with the parts? Very well, sir. Your direct approach also suits the constrained time frame of my work. I may have a spare conductor on hand, but the radio transmitter is another story. Story that I may also have a role in. Go on. I placed an order for some radio equipment and other electrical parts not long before the event I now describe as a planar shift. A conjunction of the spheres, let's say. After the disaster, I was as frightened and depressed as any other resident of this lonely town, but eventually my desire to continue my work helped me recover. Perhaps sensing it was my last resort, I returned to the lab. After some additional measurements and tests, I knew I was onto something. I knew that I was on the cusp of a discovery that could help us all. But just like you, I found myself in need of radio parts. What happened next almost cost me my life. And that was? I headed for the Marsh warehouse. I knew that my shipment had been in there someplace. Had to be in there. It was the early days of Waxface's rise, and the chaos in the street gave me the cover I needed to enter undetected. There were things inside, creatures straight out of the folk tales of my childhood. Varkalok, beast people. After I had nearly lost an arm to one of the monsters, I decided to leave the shipment there where it was. I cannot complete this important work without myself, after all. You see what I mean? Then the transmitter's in there. I heard the warehouse was sealed, so in theory, yes. If you can somehow survive the Varkalok, then you will find my shipment. He hands you the bill of delivery. So we'll help you locate the crate. You're free to help yourself to the transmitter, but please bring me the remaining components. They are crucial to my efforts here. One would hope it's the crate. Good rifle would solve your animal problems. They were feral and vicious beasts, that's true. But they also had certain traits which were, struggles to find the right word, disgustingly human. There was a distinctly sinister consciousness in their eyes. Riverside District, an old brick building. You won't miss it. Okay, let's look at that bill of sale then, huh? Shipment number 311. Oh, somebody's been beating a dead horse. The Arkham Stabber strikes again. Of course, his carcass has started to bloat. It appears it was savagely mutilated before dying. Swollen eyes and the unending stream of tears sliding down his cheeks serve as a conspicuous evidence of this burly man's ongoing despair. The carcass has begun to stink horribly, yet he stays put, enshrouded in his sorrow. Oh God, you've taken everyone from me. Everyone, and now my poor Lucy? Lucy's the dead horse, I presume. Looks at the torn carcass on the ground with grieving eyes. Lucy was more than a steed to me. She was a dear companion, and now she's gone, leaving behind this incompetent, pathetic excuse for a man. Now see here. Oh, you mean yourself. Yet no one hears my cries in this godforsaken place, and to think I was a policeman. Pauses briefly and hangs his head in shame. Who couldn't even protect his own partner. Option 3. You realize she was just a horse, don't you? People, they only hang you out to dry, throw you to the lions, sell you out. His voice gets raspy with frustration. People deceive. Lucy, she never disappointed me. She was my one true friend. Self-pity morphs instantly into a fiery vengefulness, but but they're dead wrong if they think I'll let them get away with this. I'll slaughter those beasts as they slaughtered my Lucy. He returns to his hopeless abandon as quickly as he staved it off. I failed to protect her. How could I be so negligent, so selfish? Tell me more. Yesterday I left Lucy alone and went to the bar, just to forget myself for a little while. When I returned, she was decimated, eaten alive no less. Did you catch sight of them? I wish I hadn't. He seemed to be reenacting the gruesome incident in his mind. I started running when I heard Lucy neigh in agony from afar, poor thing. On the way, I fired all of my remaining ammo into the air. Ember was crying for attention. Hello there. Hello. Come on now. It was dark, so I couldn't see much, but they had the silhouettes of wretched, dare I say, dogs. They grunted like hounds from hell. But one among their malicious pack was waiting in the shadows, a huge hairless horror whom I believed to be the leader. The abominable monster waited on his subordinates to bring him the flesh of my innocent Lucy. A sudden burst of fury, I'll rip its heart out. I'll venture into that warehouse and compel that grotesqueness to pay with its life for the pain it's caused me. Warehouse, you say? I could use some cannon fodder. I mean, a point man. I mean, help. His eyes darken murderously. You will? And you must help me avenge her. Only once their blood has been spilled shall my wounded heart rest. This much I owe it to Lucy. We can slay those beasts together. All right, wouldn't hurt to have a bull on my side. Look, a fine gentleman. I'll do my best not to disappoint you. Lead on. Outsider looks at the lifeless body of the animal named Lucy and diverts his gaze to the weeping man. I can see that his love for the beast is turning him into a lifeless revenant, blinded by pure anger. I'm kind of hoping so. To be able to feel such a deep affection for a creature not shaped in the same form as himself. He was not simply the master of this beast of burden. He was much more. I find it admirable. Seems she meant as much to him as a human being. William became your henchman. Okay, this is akin to Billy. He's following, but he's not a party member. Said cannon fodder. Grate is still sealed shut. But the door has been unblocked. Hangar A. Let the looting commence. Place is dark for sure. Sanity damage right up front. Well, we're going to have a real bad time of it because we can't see well. We're going to backtrack and try to find a lantern. So we will definitely be ripped to shred by those ghouls if we have to try to take them in melee. Ooh, the junk man. Because we know during the opening little story sequence we could carry a lantern in our offhand. Oh, he dead too. On immediate scrutiny, you deduce that his wounds, which extend from collar to groin, were inflicted by a broad blade with a singular, almost preternaturally keen edge. Every single thrust perforated right through muscle, sinew, and bone. Dang. Okay, so they weren't talking about the horse. The Arkham resident is looking at the mutilated corpse as if hypnotized by the slowly burgeoning pool of blood that threads its way through the cobblestones of the doomed town. Happened here. Man suddenly starts shouting, "The stabber! The stabber has killed again." Stabber. The Arkham stabber. Where have you been living, sir? I think this is the third victim. All butchered, stabbed until they end up like poor Julian here. You mean like a honeycomb? Dang. You knew this man. Not a bad fellow. He used to stay at the Essex Hotel. He didn't deserve such a fate. Nobody deserves. Looks at the hardly recognizable corpse on the ground in horror. That. Tell me of this stabber. Nobody has any idea who he is. Even the mob can't catch him. Some say he's a demon. Others speculate he's a loony of the worst kind. How do you know it's a he? I don't. Could be a she. Would only be fair after what those brutes did to all the... Becomes aware of a mob fist standing nearby. Never mind, I'd better go. Oh dear. As you're about to leave the site of the gruesome murder, you notice something odd about the hobo standing nearby. The man begins to shake as if in the throes of a seizure, and his pupils transform from black to murky white. Abruptly, he kneels as if possessed by an unknown force, dips his hand in the pool of blood on the pavement, and begins to draw a star-like symbol on the ground, with the dead man's freshly spilled bodily fluid. The implication being that this is the Elder Sign. As you're watching this scene in bewilderment, the milky eyes turn directly at you, and the broken man speaks in an ominous tone, completely alien to his appearance. Your path crosses with the dead one. The simple flight of a soul will uncover more. Corley, a dead fella. Two of the mob's cannon fodder are speaking below their breaths. They seem unaware of your presence. Corley, it seems the stabber sent another fella to the big sleep. Should I bring word to the face? You get paid to be this dumb, Marlin? He points at the corpse with his chin. Does he seem like a man of the face to you? No, Corley. Then think about it. Is it really necessary to take this to the face ourselves? Don't you remember how mad the boss got when that gumshoe Wilkins failed to find that psycho stabber? Wilkins? Hey there, Megan. Welcome. Watch the burly man struggle to compute the information. You mean that fatso detective whose arm we cut off? The one staying at the eel? Well then. We're playing Stygian, right? Reign of the Dark Ones. Or the... Is it? I don't remember, but it starts with Stygian. Reign of the something. How you doing today? You can be smart when you need to. Then you must have been there when the boss got hot under the collar after that idiot Wilkins told him he couldn't find out who the stabber is. A lot of words at one time, Corley. Let me think. Boss got mad that day. Uh-huh. So do I takes the word to him or not? Man sighs deeply. Marlin, I sometimes sincerely wish I was a wall, you know. Pointing at a nearby wall, like that one over there. A simple, unpainted, indifferent brick wall. A wall? Why is that, Corley? So I could simply be without needing to comprehend you, Marlin. The mob gun takes a deep breath. Look, I plan to not be around when the boss learns that the stabber psycho is still on a rampage. You better do the same. Looks at the corpse on the floor one last time. He's not one of us anyway, so who cares? Let's beat it. Turning to leave, the two mobmen spot you standing nearby. What are you looking at? Nothing, gentlemen. Drop your eyes. It's not the Arkham Ball or some fairground attraction. Better mind your own business before Marlin makes you the main attraction. Maybe my own personal tormentor, but when it comes to whacking the likes of you, he's a straight-up virtuoso, if you catch my drift. Don't have time to stay for the performance. Goodbye. Mental condition, schizophrenia. You have developed a mental condition like most inhabitants of our little town. Each mental condition has both a negative and a positive effect. You will see that some of your dialogue options will occasionally be overrun by voices of madness lines. There is no cure to madness in Stygian. Well then. Take a look here. Okay, it's not one of our angst traits. Characters with schizophrenia condition have increased mental constitution, but are more likely to suffer from catatonic attacks. Oh dear. An inexorable curse that is brought down on you by Crow, acting as an omen of your certain death, lest you speak his name. But hey, we're in good health. Just one of those things, you know, barbed wire? Sometimes it do be like that. Oh yeah, the reason we came here. Lens, battery. You can get a conductor from here. No lantern. Doop, 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 doop. Now one has to wonder if there is actually a fellow with a pig head and a snake head in the corner there, perhaps wearing masks, or if this is a symptom of our newly developed mental condition. I get the impression that it is not a some costume enthusiast. Yep. It's the one. Gonna need to balance it out summit, though. We dump on him. We're gonna go dump some stuff on the junk vendor there. Really worth selling here. Should be enough either way. Still okay on bullets. Oh, they're still there. More concerning aspect is that the nobody else seems to notice them. There's another one. That is portraiture of Lovecraft. Though you're not exactly acquainted with your immediate surroundings here in this desolate urban setting, uh, you don't feel like a stranger either. Is this Arkham, or perhaps a forgotten corner of which you've never seen? Amidst the Cimmerian stillness, there stands a forlorn figure, barely present but inescapably real. He seems to be walking towards a certain house along the street before stopping to look at you. Alien yet almost familiar. His aloofness is in contrast to his contemplative eyes, under which you see a glimpse a sea of wonder. Isn't that the heart of the matter, to be somewhere foreign, to escape? No, this is Lovecraft. To fear it, to think that it is overly strange and outside of your experience. If I must form a conjecture, a strong desire must have conduced to the particular circumstances of our meeting. Looks at you attentively with unblinking eyes. You're a wanderer, like me, perhaps. This one being the crazy option. Oh, the timbre of his voice consists of sublime overtones. Would you be here if you weren't? A dream inside a dream? In all likelihood, yes, but what if it's actually a nightmare instead? The real question revolves around you, doesn't it? Perhaps you've been compelled to seek a memory which isn't yours at all. You emanate a tragic aura, source of which is most dire. It's behind that door. A brief pause, and his definitive answer cuts right through this tension of Stygian abstractness. Roll credits. Inspiration. Know this, wanderer. There will be a price to pay when you have no option but to cling to visions brim with inutterable horrors in order to procure your only means of subsistence, however maddening they may be. Care to elaborate? I won't grant an answer that easily. Knowledge of someone is a powerful thing, and this premise applies even in dreams. That implies a false choice with those questions. This answers the "who are you" and similar questions as well. But I'll offer you a chance since you've intruded my fantasy. I'll tell you of my journeys and you'll tell me who I am. Refraining from pageantry of the mundane, a boy shall wander into the path of prophecy. Nebulous in the truth of all things future and past, dwelling beyond the serpent's lair for none but him to see. Only the forbidden he shall thereafter seek, lurking in the labyrinth so forgotten and forlorn. Plagued will be those upon whom he shall touch, hailed by the oblivion which they will have forborne. Carried away to his fantasy on wings ethereal, a toilsome quest he shall embark upon sedulously. I mean, it has that same "I've got a thesaurus" style of writing, you know? Resplendence of his dreams, however, is not to remain. Thus the search for the silver key must begin duly. Exalted he will be in the deathless continuum, wild and free, resigning from the world to embrace all that was and will never be. Eyeball him thoroughly. Cast an eye upon him in a scrutinizing fashion before finally mumbling out the findings of your deduction. Hands have seen no hard labor, rather tenuous, not veiny. Obtuseness on the tips of fingers, a typewriter. His smile widens, almost turning into a smirk. It's probably that you're an author. Claps hands gently in admiration. Been keeping your keen eyes busy, I reckon. Apparel indicates nobility. The abrasion marks, however. He arches his eyebrows in suspense, perhaps worn for a long time with no means to replace them. He seems to concede your surmise, which hints that your financial situation could be worse than what you'd like to show for. He nods solemnly and puts on a thin smile. You may not have solved my riddle, but instead you did better. You solved me, for a discernible part of me, at least. You seem to be endowed with the proper traits to guide you in the Dreamlands. My name is Randolph Carter. Diverts his gaze to the dulcet skies. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must cover a long way to eternity. So, the reference to the Dreamlands and the Silver Key are the Randolph Carter callouts. I don't recall ever hearing that Randolph Carter was supposed to be a stand-in for Lovecraft himself, though it wouldn't be shocking. Your wife, she's looking for you. Oh, that was a sinister, wipe transition there. We learned about bandages. You have visited a strange place in your dream. Sanity still quite low. We soldier on. Oh, look on the left of the building. Did you see it? A ghoul was peeking around on the left there. Right around here. Oh, there he is again. Neat. Oh, they're on the right, too. She seems fine with this. Stability field is shrinking. All right, let's see. It's like you can shred clothing, too. Some crafting requires facilities. Ghouls are taking cover. We're going to stay in place because if I move back, I'll turn my back on them. You have to have movement left to turn back around. Meat shield. Out of range. Let's curse that one. Oh, they are durable. This guy is accomplishing exactly what we brought him along for. Also, hello, Lunar. That did nothing. Oh, he bleeding. Strange. Get in there. Didn't want him bleeding, that's for sure. Oof, lost a turn. one's almost down. Ugh. Brutal. Okay, cleared bleeding. Manuscript, The Host of the Loa. Cult researchable. Okay. Just slam that bottle there. Get yourself some sanity back, sir. Check that shelf. We initially came in here and had to bail. What? I was sleeping. For how long? I was just carrying this crate. Hey, a shovel and a backpack. Increased our carrying capacity. Substantially. Shovel is an awkward melee weapon. Sleeper's cave dust. Increased rest bonuses. Something to hospital. Dear Baroness, I sincerely hope that after enduring great rigor and witnessing an unaccountable phenomenon concerning a fellow colleague of mine, I will have finally managed to deliver to your hands this cave dust, which is rumored to have put seven Christians to a sleep that lasted 309 years in a cave near the vicinity of Ephesus. During their voluntary exile to evade the tyranny of, then, a still pagan Rome. I believe that the veracity of what befell my colleague will provide you a clear picture of what you now possess is well capable of, and in that, I reckon it was the dust that leaked off one of the broken pots during our voyage that put my colleague into a deep slumber that he still, and from which he'll probably never awake from. Be wary, madam, for whatever reason you wish to exploit this substance of mysterious properties, do so knowing that you may never wake up again. Well, I mean, I might still find that useful, given how torn up my sanity is. Extra long nap? Uh-oh. I don't know if you guys can see it, but the save logo is kind of an elder sign again with green tentacles. And Sherbet saw that and was very interested for a moment. Uh-oh. We are out of kerosene. Okay, so we're going to quick save before we go into the next room. If it's full of critters, we are reloading. Thanks for joining us, Barbed Wire. So we can't possibly fight those things in the dark. Oh, let's see. Snakehead and Lizardhead, perhaps? Fedora, a spring hat, another fedora, and a beret. Tell me. Mask of rags. Hands of shame. Age-old frock coat. Well, we have a bunch of clothing that we will be able to use to make bandages if needs be. Brown suit, a trench coat, and a rough velour jacket. Hey guys, how you doing? Same phrasing as the other two animal heads in the shop. Oh, yeah. Nope. that lantern burns kerosene like, oh, jeez, that's might as well not even be there. We'll need to obtain more, but I don't know how we're gonna. We'll see if we can go a bit longer with this. Maybe it's like if your strength is high enough, your athletics or physique, maybe you can pry those open. Even the walking is really slow. Implication being that that guy was knocked out by the cave dust. Yeah, and he's been knocked out since before the calamity here. Oh, that man. We need to see him break. Any sign of him over here, so... Kerosene is real expensive. Don't know how we're going to continue that quest then. Does seem like some of the resource bins respawn at least. Ghouls peeking out all around now. Sell some of this clothing. Alright, let's see what happens. Put that in our trinket slot. For occult science. Man, we went through all of our rations, too. Spell summons a voodoo spirit, which is housed in the body of the target. The host becomes immune to most conditions and draws all enemy attention to themselves. If the host fails a will check, the Loa will become enraged, attacking friend and foe alike. Okay, so that is a status condition shield, a mass taunt, with the risk of them going berserk. Okay. We're gonna save there. Based on the pacing of this game, I don't think we're gonna see it again. It is interesting, but not necessarily visually interesting, and there's not frequently enough to talk about, in my opinion. But yes, thank you for joining, everybody. I think we're going to be continuing to wing the schedule this week, see how that goes. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to fire up the demo for Little Kitty Big City. It is a sandbox game in which you play as a little black cat. My understanding is it's kind of like a more wholesome, like goat simulator or a cat-based goose game. We'll have to see. But it does look adorable, and I've been keeping my eye on it. So we'll try that out, and then we'll fire up some other stuff over the course of the week. I agree, Casemate. This is much more like tabletop game or something that you sit down and play in like protracted sessions and what have you. Can be interesting, but boy, you'd have to commit to it for a while. Checking real quick here. Yeah, the game also needs a fast forward setting for like when you're moving around and the like. But in any event, thank you again for watching, everybody. We're going to be back tomorrow. Like I said, probably the Little Kitty Big City demo. We may do some more demos this week since it's the Steam Next Fest. So we might find some other stuff we can do with that. But yeah, thanks again, and I will see you tomorrow.